Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching the recording, welcome. And if you're watching live, I'm happy to have you here. I have been blessed by Bubby being in the opening shot 2 weeks in a row, which is unheard of. It was unheard of last week for him to be in the video really at all. And then this week, just 30 seconds right before it was about to start, he jumped right up into my lap and he's just feeling very comfortable. So I'm going to do everything I can not to disturb him. So, what I am currently reading is I am going to be reading Someone You Can Build a Nest In by John Wiswell. And so far, I am really enjoying this. This is a Hugo Award nominee. It would be considered like a queer horror romance. I will say that it goes much harder with the horror elements than I was expecting. There's a lot of like grisly details in terms of, the what goes into talking about eating people and like laying eggs in people to, birth your monstrous children into the world. And it's just really interesting. And I'm actually liking it way more than I expected to. So I'll probably be spending a fair amount of time tonight reading this. And then, of course, the Monster That Will Not Die is The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, and I am also really loving this. I am currently at page 714, or chapter. Well, I'll just say the chapter title. It's a domestic scene. Excuse me. That is the chapter that I am currently at, and so 714 out of 12, it's like 1240 pages, something like that. So I still have a ways to go in this. I'm trying to come up with a game plan of how to effectively read this book, like, because I'm definitely going to finish it by the end of the year, but I want to finish it hopefully well before that. And I think what I'm going to start trying to do as best I can is to read a minimum of 3 chapters in this a day. If I can do more than that, that would be great, but that'll kind of like help me get a good pace going, because I have so many things that I want to read in October, and I don't really want to be reading this in October. I have a very strong feeling that I will be, but I'm hoping that I can maybe finish this during next month. So we'll see how that goes, but most of the way through for sure. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It is hot here right now. It has not rained at all. I actually got home just a little bit ago, ate some salad and some rotisserie chicken just to like give me the fuel I needed for the sprints, because I went out and did like, it was like 2.5 miles combined, like run, jog, or jog, walk, excuse me, mostly walking. But I was like, oh my God, it's so hot outside. And so when I got home, I made myself one of my little like blackberry lemonades as a sweet treat. There's no alcohol in it or anything this time, but definitely this is your reminder to stay hydrated. So if you haven't had anything to drink in a little bit, go get yourself a drink. And I am going to go over and say hello to everybody, and we'll see who all is here. And Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. And she says, hi, peeps. Hi, Barker. I know. Isn't he the cutest? And Alex is here. Hi, Alex. And Alex says, hello. Barely awake, but I'm here. And you said, "Oh, nice." He's a chonk. He's a good boy. Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Chocolate Milkshake Day, happy Policewoman Day, and happy Video Games Day. Definitely love the Video Games Day, although I would enjoy a chocolate milkshake right now, too. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. And Heidi says, hello, Alex. I started Slewfoot and it's scary. Slewfoot's one of the books I want to read next month. Yet another reason I want to get done with this is because I really want to read Slewfoot. So also trying to finish Philip K. Dick's Eye in the Sky. Very nice. I'm glad to hear that Slewfoot is scary. I want that book to be creepy. I want it to give me all the Halloween vibes. And Lily's here. Hi, Lily. And Lily says, I'm going to read The House of the Seven Gables by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Very nice. That's a classic. I have not read that. Hope you enjoy it. Alex says, I'll be reading Service Model by Adrian Tchaikovsky. That's another book that I'll be reading later on in the year, hopefully. Talcana says, took today off. We'll be reading A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping this evening. That's so cute. Laura says, I'm recovering from an allergy attack. No, I'm sorry. The nice person who owns a field next to our house planted a flower with unfortunate name that triggered my allergies. I'm so sorry. And Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. It has gotten hot again. It sure has. I'm reading Solaris for one chapter while it's still light. Awesome. And Anne says, hello, Anne. Finished Monster Calls by Patrick Ness. Yes, I read that book years ago and loved it. But please let me know what you thought of it. I hope you loved it. You said, volunteering at my daughter's high school library on Fridays. This will be fun. Cool. Angel says, hello, Alex. Hello, Angel. Hello, everyone. Going to read The Woman in the Library. Awesome. Yes, so for those of you who missed Kat and I's last book club meeting, that was for Deacon King Kong. Our next book that we are going to be doing the book club for is in October, and that is The Woman in the Library. We ended up making an announcement during that video talking about how we had to shift the date up by 1 week. So previously it was going to be on the 30th, so the day before Halloween, but Kat and I are both busy. And I'm like actually like not available at all. And she was hoping that she could go, and I think she's going to a movie screening for a film that she like really wants to see in theaters. It's an older movie, but they're doing like a big sort of special for it. And it worked out for me because I wasn't going to be available anyway. So we ended up having to move that day up to October 23rd. So we'll, of course, talk about it more and, make more announcements just to remind people. But if you are planning on being there on the 30th, we will not be there. It will be the week ahead. And Lily says, I love the video games day 2. I'll be playing Sims free play after dinner tonight. That sounds awesome. Keaton and I just got our downloads for Borderlands 4 that came out, and if it hadn't been tonight that we would have been able to, play it because this is when it came out, and I hadn't had my sprints, we would have been playing like right now. But I told him, I was like, I still want to do my sprints. I really need to get my reading done. He's super understanding as always, even though he's chomping at the bit to play the new Borderlands game. And so he and I are going to be playing that tomorrow together. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And Anne says, Nicole ordered The Remembered Soldier. Awesome. And Swank says, I'm reading Chupacabra. Very nice. And Laura says, reading Sad Cypress, A. Christie, and The Pilgrim of Hate, E. Peters, both detective stories. Very fun. It is the season for that. I mean, you could argue that's a season all year round, but it feels like especially seasonal. And Swank says, Chupacabra strikes. And Talcana says, read Slewfoot last month and enjoyed it. Definitely a good spooky ween read. Awesome. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. Glad you're doing well. Oh, thank you. How are you? And Andrew's here. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, hi, everyone. Tonight I'll be reading The Queen of Blood. I've heard of that book. And you said, Angel and I are going to have a charcuterie board and pizza and drinking the new Blackberry Jack with lemonade. That sounds really good. I'm glad that you are embracing the blackberry lemonade. Really is one of the best beverages. And Nicole says, hi, chat friends. Hi, Anne. Let me know how you like it. And Angela says, I'm reading The Buffalo Hunter. It's getting freaky. Slewfoot is on my list to read too. Also Mexican Gothic. Awesome. And Anne says, I loved A Monster Calls, but I was sobbing. Yeah, I bawled a lot too. That's definitely one of those books that will be giving you a lot of feelings. And Angela says, I forgot to say hi. Hi, Alex. Hello to you too, Angela. And Stina says, hello, Alex. Hello, Stina. Is YouTube stuck for anybody else or just me? YouTube stuck how? Am I like frozen? Hopefully I'm not frozen for anybody. Laura says, if anyone is wondering, the Latin name of the flower is Brassica napus, very common allergy. I'll look it up. I want to know what it is. I feel like it could be something funny like dickweed or something. Like, I don't know what it would be. Heidi says, if my husband and I played a video game together, it would be in an alternate universe. And Talkana says, heard good things about Mexican Gothic. I did too, all those years ago when it came out and it seemed like everybody was reading it. Nicole says, I love that we're all being scared by our books. Books should be able to scare us at least a little bit. I'm still like, I crave a thrill because I don't find a lot of horror novels to be that scary anymore. So if I can read something that actually makes me feel freaked out, I'm like, that's amazing. And I definitely think The Only Good Indians was the last book that did that for me. Yeah, I don't think there was another one since then. Denise says, hello, everyone. Not sure what my plans are. I've been trying to read Kokoro. I'm on page 88. It is really good, but I haven't been able to focus on reading for about a month. And that is totally okay. I was having a conversation about that with Kat the other day when we met to talk about The Gunslinger, and I was like, I don't know what is going on, but I'm like really struggling to focus, and I'm kind of like forcing myself back into it, which is helping me. But I had a long time where I felt that way. So if you end up needing to take a break, you can do that. It's okay. You said we'll go for a walk at some point. Sounds good. And Stina says, I'm listening to Murder Under Her Skin by Stephen Spotswood, trying to finish it before Libby yanks it back. Nice. Anne said, have spaghetti cooking for our dinner. Awesome. Heidi said, Angela, my favorite part of Buffalo Hunter Hunter is the fish part. If you read that part already, you know. I like how I have no idea what that means, but I'm intrigued. Especially because it seems like all of you have read, are reading, or at some point will read Buffalo Hunter Hunter. And I'm like, well, I need to get on that wagon because I don't own a copy of that book or anything, but I'm so curious. And Swig says, me too, hard to find a scary book. And Alex says, I don't think I've ever been scared by a book, but I'm a weenie with horror movies. That's cute. Oh, well, I'm so happy to see you all. Thank you for coming. We got a good crowd tonight. That makes me feel good. And I do have some good, what I think are pretty good questions tonight. One of them I wanted to ask last week, but we had such a long and wonderful discussion about AI that I decided not to ask this one because I thought it would be good to save for this week. So our first question for the first sprint is going to be, if you wrote a book based on an idea someone else had, did you steal their idea or are you the owner since you were the one who took the time to write the book? Now, I think that this could have a lot of nuance, like you can, say a lot of different things potentially about this question. I will preface this by saying that in my mind, what I'm getting at is if somebody gives you like a very vague idea about the idea for a book, okay, so they give you like a little bit of plot, they give you some characters, they kind of give you the genre and maybe like a little bit of the flow of the story, but overall you would be the one crafting and writing the bulk of the book. It's just not your idea. Would that be considered theft or not? That's the discussion, that's the debate that I would love for us to have. And Angela says, I'm not there yet, Heidi. Oh, I can't wait. Awesome. Well, I'm going to give us a 45-minute sprint to start. I think I might have, I finished in the middle of a chapter for Someone You Can Build a Nest In. So I'm going to finish that chapter during the sprint, and then I'm going to go jump to The Count of Monte Cristo because I know it's going to take me more focus to read that book, and I want to do it while I'm like fresher earlier in the evening before I start fading. So you all have your question. I got 45 minutes up on the, well, I do have 45 minutes up on the clock if I was actually sharing my screen. Good job, me. 1 second. There we go. 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished that chapter in Someone You Can Build a Nest In, and then I finished one chapter and started another in The Count of Monte Cristo. So I am currently at page 726. Oh, and in Someone You Can Build a Nest In, I'm on page 139. So I think I'm going to make good progress tonight. I'm feeling kind of like locked in right now, hoping I'm not going to jinx myself. It helps that I'm not hungry. And before we left, I asked you all the question, if you wrote a book based on an idea someone else had, did you steal their idea, or are you the owner since you were the one who took the time to write the book? And I want to see what everybody had to say. Nicole says, ooh, intellectual property. Isn't that the premise of Yellowface? I know of Yellowface, and I've heard a lot of people talk about it, but I have not read it myself. And Anne says, it sounds like the book Yellowface by R.F. Kuang. Isn't it Kuang? And Alex says, but in Yellowface, she took a whole already written manuscript. I feel like I've heard that was the premise. That was it. I'm trying to think. So in that book, the author is pretending to be Asian and stole a manuscript from an actual Asian author. Is that correct? And Swank says, I would tweak names and characters and locations when I wrote the book. It's as if they told me a story and then I made it my own. You snooze, you lose. Okay. Denise says, I would feel like I would need to get their permission to use their idea. My friend's daughter is a musician. She recently told me if you use one word that someone else gives you while writing a song, they have to be given co-writer credit. I imagine that probably doesn't happen all the time, because I definitely don't think that happens with books. I mean, especially throughout history, we saw, and not to make this like political or about gender or anything, but we know that many husbands stole the ideas and the art of their wives and like pretended that it was theirs because that was the only way that it could become popular in society, is if the man was the one to write it, because women were dumb and they didn't have anything to contribute to art. So I feel like that probably happens a lot more than anybody realizes, because how would you know if you're not personally connected to that author? And Travis says, hey, everyone, I just got home and can't stay, but wanted to wish everyone a happy weekend. And I'm sure he's gone now, but I did wish Travis a happy weekend back. And Alex says, if the idea is one line, like a writing prompt, it's completely yours. If it's a paragraph long, I'd leave some credit in my acknowledgments. Any longer, ghostwriter, fanfic writer, in my opinion. I was kind of thinking of it almost kind of like a writing prompt, but like a detailed one, like where they're really kind of like setting up a story for you, but then you're the one that has to write all of it. And I can see where people would come from on either side of this argument, because writing takes a lot of work, and we always hear that phrase like, ideas are a dime a dozen. Anybody can have an idea. All of us have had ideas for novels at some point, but not all of us have taken the time to actually write a novel, because writing is very difficult, right? And that also maybe depend on how long it is. So like, for example, if your friend gave you this idea and they gave you this whole plot synopsis, and then you wrote a short story and the short story is only 10 pages and you got that published, you pretty much probably rewrote everything that they told you, right? And that would basically be plagiarism. But if you went and they gave you this prompt and then you wrote a 500-page novel, that's very different. So it kind of becomes the question of, and this is why I think the legality of like copyright and intellectual property is really interesting. If I ever became a lawyer, that would be what I would want to litigate on, because I find it fascinating. But you have to have that line of, and that would be really difficult, because in any court with any lawyer, that line would be drawn differently. And we've seen different cases like that happen of, because, did you do it in good faith or bad faith? Did you like outright like steals, like, somebody wrote something on their computer and you copy and pasted it into your work. We see it with fan fiction all the time, of people who write fan fiction and then they want to make it their own novel, so they just do like a control find, and then they name change or place change like all these characters, so it's technically their work even though it was based off of the world that somebody else created. And a lot of people seem to find that to be okay. Legally it's allowed. So at what point is it theft? And I don't have an answer. That's why I'm asking about it. Like, I don't know that there necessarily is one, because every case is going to be slightly different. And Angela says, I would definitely share. And Angela says, have a good weekend, Travis. And Heidi says, IQ 84 also deals with a similar question. Okay, good to know. And Laura says, I guess depends if the other person is a writer and or if there's a chance they would like to work that idea into a book themselves. I would have to ask them about using the idea either way. And that's the ethical thing to do, right? Is like just to talk to them about it. And I think that's really nice that you would want to do that. You said also give the person credits, which it would be great. Tokana says, my pre-discussion answer is there are no new ideas in the universe, so it's yours, but maybe consider adding a dedication. There is something to be said about the fact that, like, how many times in a fantasy novel do you read about, dragons and dwarves and elves, and everybody can trace that back to J.R.R. Tolkien, right? Like, even George R.R. Martin took a lot of things from Tolkien in his writing. And I do agree with you that to a certain extent, I'm going to say this. After a genre has like certain popular authors, you end up with what are considered to be tropes, right? So like tropes, by their definition, cannot be unique because they are a staple of a particular genre. So if you use that, people know what it is already, and that's actually a selling point in a lot of cases, because if you know you like a particular trope, you're going to gravitate towards books that have that, and we all have tropes that we enjoy. So to that extent, I agree with you. Those would not be new, but specific ideas about like the things that happen in novels, or like the way that characters interact with like certain situations, those could still potentially be new. I mean, I feel like I still read new ideas, especially with like science fiction. I think there's like cool things that happen. I had never read a book like The Three Body Problem when that came out, so I don't know. That's my take. Oh, Keaton's talking on the phone. 1 second. He's a loud talker, but so am I. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. She says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much, Christina. And Anne says, if you're an avid reader, don't we see a lot of the same ideas in different books? Yeah, I think it goes back to those tropes. And Heidi says, and yes, it is so great when I come across a new idea. And Nicole says, made it to page 64. Creepy, but good. Awesome. Talcana says, read 29 pages. Hopefully can finish by the end of this stream. Sweet. And Nicole says, depends on how much of the idea they shared. Okay. And Denise says, folded some laundry and cleaned a ceiling fan. I still need to clean the globes from the light kit. We'll probably do that tomorrow. I always get bugs up in the lighting fixtures. And Nicole says, was it just a man walked into a bar, or a man walked into a bar and sat down with a flesh-eating penguin? I think it would have to be longer and more fleshed out than a typical writing prompt. I wish someone would write my ideas. Yeah, like I said, I think we've all had ideas for a story that would have been really interesting. I know that like in my time, especially after I started reading horror and science fiction, like coming up with different ideas for like sci-fi horror was really fun, and I would write them down and stuff, and I would kind of like make a prompt for myself, but I would never have that drive to want to do anything more with them. Like I didn't have the energy to devote to it or what have you, but it could still have been a really good idea. And had it been in the hands of somebody who wanted to take that and run with it, it could have maybe been a cool novel. So, but I try to think like, okay, if I told somebody my cool idea and they turned it into a book and they made money off of it, especially like if they sold like 20 copies, I guess everybody would be like, oh, who cares? But if they became like the next national bestseller and they were doing press tours and stuff, yeah, I might be hurt if they didn't give me some type of credit in the book to say like, hey, you gave me this really cool idea. But in the same vein, if they did that, like if my name appeared in a book and was like, yeah, she gave me this awesome idea, thank you, I'd be like, hell yeah, and that would be the coolest thing ever, and I wouldn't mind at all that they turned it into a novel. So, I mean, I think we should give credit where credit is due. I mean, I think that's really important in all aspects of our life. And says, it would be horrifying if someone wrote down some of the thoughts in my head. Well, we've all had that too. And Swing says, Christina! And hello, JK, good to see you. And she says, hi, everyone. I'll be working on chapter 14 and 15 of my pastry chef rivals to lovers novel, Project Sugar and Spice. I hope that that's been going really well for you. J stands for Joanne, right? I feel like I remember that, but I always am afraid of messing up people's names when I don't see them all the time. So, Joanne, I think that's your name. It's good to see you again because it's been a while. And Nicole says, write, steal ideas from those of us who don't want to write. I wouldn't be hurt if I wanted the money. I would have wrote it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't consider myself to be a writer. I don't know if I necessarily consider myself to be a critic either. Just a reader, I guess. Just part of the reading crew. Alrighty, everybody. Well, thank you for that discussion. That was fun. And I will give us our next question to go into the next 45-minute sprint, and that is going to be, are you someone that has a rotation of meals that you eat regularly, or are you someone that doesn't like to eat the same things all the time? This will tell me a lot about your personality, depending on what your answer is. So, simple question, but I think it's fun. And I will see you all in a little bit. I'm going to wish you happy reading. Trying to debate. I might go back into the Count of Monte Cristo. I know it's just dense, so I have to be careful not to try to read like too much of it at once. I need to give my brain a nice break with something. I don't want to say lighter. Topic wise, this isn't lighter, but writing style wise, it is. But I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it through another chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo, and I finished a chapter in Someone You Can Build a Nest In. So, doing pretty well. And before we left, I asked you all the question, are you someone that has a rotation of meals that you eat regularly, or are you someone that doesn't like to eat the same thing all the time? Let's see here. And Alex was the first to answer and said, rotation of meals. The less I have to think about my next meal, the better. And Swank says, I'm a picky eater. I will eat the same meals for months, then switch to new ones that I'm craving. Also depends on the season, hot or cold. Laura says there's always some meal/taste combo I'm obsessed with. Eat it as often as possible, and then I don't. Sometimes I even start hating it. Yeah, the food burnout. We've all definitely been through that. I've had that before, and it always makes me sad when I get tired of eating the thing that I was previously just like loving. But I know I'll come back around to it eventually. Sometimes it just takes time. And you said some past current food obsession: sandwich with ketchup and salami, sandwich with jam, cream cheese, and a slice of cheddar, caramel pudding, and cheese swirls. All right. Heidi says regular rotation. I think I sent you some of those recipes: the salmon recipe, scallops with the red pepper sauce, and the sausage pasta one. Thank you very much, Heidi. Talcana says, I have a rotation so long as it's not the same thing twice in a row. Never been a fan of most leftovers. Okay, that's fair. So when I was growing up, my mom and I did not eat leftovers at all. So I didn't really get used to eating leftovers until I was a lot older. And now I love them. I eat leftovers all the time, and I appreciate the ease of leftovers and not having to cook every night. And even like fast food, like leftovers, like leftover Panda Express, for example. I love eating leftover Panda Express. But it's just weird how that changed for me when I was younger, because I hated them. Anne says, we eat a lot of chicken, barbecue, chicken and rice, chicken teriyaki. The two best wedding presents were the air fryer and the crock pot. That's awesome. And Jamie says, happy Friday, Alex and company, and happy Friday to you too, Jamie. Angel says, hi, Jamie. Jamie says, I have a rotation of meals. At this point in my life, I'm a lazy cook. The easier the meal, the better. Yeah, the reason I was inspired to ask this question is because I know that some people say that with introversion versus extroversion, introverts tend to like to eat the same things over and over again. So having that rotation of meals, or like having that kind of thing that you're obsessed with. And then extroverts tend to like to not eat the same things over and over. Now, how accurate that is, I don't really know. I identify as like an extroverted introvert. I'm an introvert with extroverted tendencies, and I definitely like to have my rotation of comfort foods, and it also does make things easier. Not to say that I'm not open to trying new things, because sometimes I get that excitement of like wanting to go try something new, but like, there's nothing wrong with something that's tried and true and is delicious. And Jamie says, hi, Angel. Andrew says, we have a rotation that we eat. We also meal prep lunches for the week. Weekends are for fun. Anything can happen. Yeah, Keaton and I usually will go out to eat at least once during a weekend, and we enjoy that a lot. And Alicia says, hello, Alex. Hi, Alicia. Happy Friday. Just joining, finishing up dinner, but reading Daisy Jones and the Six. Not going so well. Dang it. I'm sorry to hear that. Also doing a reread of New Moon. Daisy Jones and the Six is one of those that I heard that it's really good, but you have to be interested in the subject matter of like following the rock band. So if you're not like super interested in that, it's not going to be that much fun. I don't know that it would be the book for me. It's kind of like, I imagine how Tomorrow, and Tomorrow is for some people. Like, I gave that book 5 stars, absolutely loved it, but I'm also a big nerd who loves video games and understood everything that they were talking about in the book. So if you're somebody that doesn't like video games and you don't want to listen to like programming terminology, I could understand why somebody would find Tomorrow and Tomorrow to not be that good. So that's kind of, I don't know if that's an accurate comparison, but that's how I think of Daisy Jones and the Six. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Case Files of the Rocky Mountain Paranormal Research Society, Volume 3. That sounds like a lot of fun. Also, hi, Zach, which it came out today for my local paranormal investigators. Oh, cool. Well, I bet that's a lot of fun. Get to listen to about their adventures. And Kathy says, hi, guys. Hi, Kathy. Just got off work, started my new job, and it's amazing. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful. Having movie night, so not a lot of reading, but we'll try to squeeze in The Three Musketeers. The other Dumas book that I will eventually have to get through. That's also huge. And you said, I am a rotational eater. I have my staple go-to dishes that I regularly make, and we spice it up with something new every now and again. I love that. Talcana says, I read 27 pages. Now got to figure out what's for dinner. There you go. And Denise says, just got back from a walk. We'll try to get some reading in next sprint. Awesome. And Chris says, I hate to cook, so I typically just have frozen vegetables and some sort of fake meat or tofu thing. Or sometimes I'll just have popcorn because I can't be bothered to cook. As long as you're getting enough calories. Nicole says, ate dinner, my pot roast rotation meal. Oh, good old pot roast. Yeah, one of my favorite, I would argue probably my like top dog crock pot recipe is the French dip recipe. That one is bomb. And Nicole said, I'm more creative if I don't have to think up a new meal every night, plus cooking for a household of different people and tastes. That's very fair. Denise said, definitely rotation, but haven't cooked this year. I made boxed mac and cheese twice and boxed spaghetti once. Eat up frozen or eat sandwiches. Quit fast food. That's good. I have a hard time with the idea of quitting fast food because there's just some of them that are my guilty pleasures. Like I'm one of those people, as you all know, that unironically enjoys McDonald's. And I know it's bad and I don't eat it all the time, but I do enjoy it when I eat it. Jamie says, I'm reading Such a Fun Age. I made it to page 136 of 299. Awesome. Very good. You're almost halfway there. And Alicia says, I love a good rotation of meals. I usually do chicken on Monday, beef on Tuesday, leftover Wednesday, pork Thursday. I knew you do pizza on Fridays, chicken or leftover Saturday and Sunday. That's great. Good for you. And I know you're always busy with your kids too. So that's a great way to like keep things on track. Especially because if you're doing beef on Tuesdays, you can do like ground meat for tacos, like Taco Tuesday. And Zach says, I rotate meals, but never make things the same way twice if I can think of an alteration or have a substitution. Nice. And Andrew said, speaking of Panda, I recently found out that they invented orange chicken. Funny because now you can get it at any Oriental restaurant. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And do they make their orange chicken with high C? I feel like somebody told me that it's not like regular orange juice, it's high C, but I could be wrong. And Alicia says, yeah, it seems to read like a documentary interview style. At least that's what it feels like on the audiobook at 2.25 speed, and I feel bored. Angela says, I'm eating the Raven's Blood Frosty along with a side of a vampire book. Sorry, you said that. I got so confused for a second. I was like, I'm eating the Raven's Blood, but it's a Frosty. That sounds like fun. Is that from Wendy's? You said, I'm tasting this in a different way. I love trying new ways since my true love passed away. Our favorite meals make me sad now. I'm so sorry. I understand that and wanting to like find new things that you can enjoy that don't make you feel sad. Elkie's here. Hi, Elkie. Elkie says, I didn't like Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow, and I am a gamer. I like the video game talk, but I couldn't stand the characters. That's okay. That'll be one thing we disagree about. I completely agree that I don't believe that the characters were necessarily likable. I fully agree with you. That was one of those situations where I didn't mind it that they weren't likable because I just really liked the way that the story was written. But as very book dependent because certain books, if I don't like the characters, it ruins it for me. So that was one of them I still liked anyway. And Andrew said, when McDonald's is on point, it's hard to beat. I know. And you can get bad McDonald's. Absolutely 100%. There is nothing more disappointing than when I go there and I get my normal order is getting a Filet-O-Fish with extra tartar sauce. I want that extra tartar sauce, okay? And the fries have to be good. They can't be overcooked. Like when you get one of those, when you get actually a whole thing of those fries and you bite into them and you get like no potato because it seems like all of it just like burnt out of the middle of it, that's sadness. But when you get that perfect French fry, life is good. And also, Barker loves French fries, and he only gets like a few of them. It's not like we give him like a whole like little small container of them, but like anytime he sees a French fry, he'll go crazy. Anne says, my daughter loves French fries covered in cheese with bacon pieces. She would eat it every day. That reminds me of White Castle has like their crinkle fries with the like nacho cheese and stuff on them. And I ate the heck out of those when I was a kid. I still love them. Like I do. I almost never eat them. I mean, like that is super rare for me to get them, but I I usually get them all the time when I was a kid. Takana says, I feel that can stand McDonald's, but Taco Bell is my I don't know what to eat and now I'm hangry go to. That's very fair. Angela says, yes, Wendy's dark cherry. I might have to go try that. That sounds like fun. Does it stain your mouth? Do you stick out your tongue and it's like red? That would be super fun. That was one of the things I always thought was hilarious about drinking and icy, which I still love. The only time I get them is when I go to the movie theater, but I love a movie theater icy. And you stick out your tongue and it's like red. Elkie says, oh, finally, another Filet-O-Fish lover. Yes, give me the fillet. I love Filet-O-Fish. So good. My second go-to if I don't want a Filet-O-Fish is to get just like 2 regular cheeseburgers and like a small fry. I usually don't even get a drink because all of that sugar is not good for me. Like I can drink a lemonade, but there's something about the syrup that they put in a McDonald's soda, like even if I were to get a small one, that it hits my stomach differently. And they can taste really good. Like on a hot summer day, sometimes all I want is a good Coca-Cola. But if I'm sitting in a hot car drinking a sugary drink, that can actually make me feel sick. So I have to be like really careful. It's weird. My blood sugar is very weird. Chris says, I just watched a video that said the Filet-O-Fish is McDonald's least sold sandwich. Never had it, but everyone on BookTube seems to like it. It's the tartar sauce. I'm not kidding. McDonald's has my favorite tartar sauce of any restaurant I've ever been to. Like it is so hard because I love fish. And if somebody's got a good fish sandwich at a restaurant, I want to try it. But if I could buy a bottle of that stuff and just keep it at home and make my own fish sandwiches, I would do that in a heartbeat. But I can't buy it. And Andrew says, Taco Bell is my go-to when I need a cleanse. Oh, and we all know what you mean by that. I do like Taco Bell, even though I don't eat it that often. I will say at least Taco Bell doesn't make me feel bad. There are we had a whole discussion about this like a long time ago. There are some fast food restaurants that I love them, but they do not like me. And White Castle is one of them. I love those stupid, tiny little burgers with my whole heart, but they make me feel so bad when I eat them. And Angel said, at Wendy's, I love getting the chili fry and nugget mix in a bowl, add shredded cheese is my guilty pleasure meal. Good to know. I've never had that. And Elkie said, I heard that too, Chris, but I feel it's very underrated. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that it would be one of their least sold sandwiches. They better never get rid of that. I might boycott McDonald's if they ever get rid of that sandwich. And Alicia says, I love that McDonald's had the snack wraps again. I enjoy the ranch ones. Okay, so the other funny thing is I don't think I've ever had a McRib. I cannot remember ever having a McRib. And the fact that people apparently go crazy for that just kills me. And Alicia says, fast food soda are syrup concentrates in a bag, and then the soda water is added when you get the drinks. Right. And like, I know that the way, because I love McDonald's sweet tea too, but it does the same. It gives me that same feeling as having one of their sodas. Is because they just use like a special concentration of sugar. Like it's well known that McDonald's Coca-Cola is different than like bottled Coca-Cola is different than another one from a different restaurant. I swear they each have like their own blends that they have an agreement with the company on, because it like McDonald's just serves drinks in a specific way that's supposed to make them that much more addictive. But fortunately, my body can't take that. And I do not deal well with caffeine at all. Angela says, let me see. No, bummer. I always get a filet of fish with a vanilla shake. Years and years. Yes. All the filet of fish people. Woo woo. Swank says, Captain D's is the best fish. Great fish sandwich. I have never had that, but I'll take your word for it that it's a good sandwich. And Zach says, I love Taco Bell. If I could only eat at one place for the rest of my life, it would be there. Taco Bell does have like a rabid fan base, and I respect that. And Alicia says, Culver's is pretty good. I love their milkshakes, so thick. Okay, I might break your heart a little bit, Alicia, and I'm sorry. I will preface this by saying that Keaton absolutely loves Culver's. For the quality of the burger, I find them to be very expensive, because I can go to McDonald's and I like the taste of their burger and it's less. And I just don't know what it is about Culver's that they're just like greasy. But like I said, Keaton loves them. So I know that there's like that appeal, and it's a very big deal, like in certain parts of the country, to get a Culver's. And Angel says, oh, that's me, McRib. I love them too. And Zach says, I like McRibs with mac sauce on them. It always confuses the people working there. I love that you order that. That's great. That's different. I never would have thought to do that. Swank says, that's true about Coke at McDonald's. Mm-hmm. And Angela says, those addictive blue raspberry ices. Yes. Yes. And then you're going to have blue teeth for like 2 hours. Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, I have some meals that I always keep in seasonal rotation, but I like to try new things. Yeah, I'm probably going to do, now that we're getting close to the season, I might do like a mulled wine again in my crock pot, or a spiced apple cider. We did that a couple years ago, and that was my guilty pleasure for like 2 weeks. Was getting out that crock pot, and I loved that. Alicia says, they are expensive. They make it fresh to order, and I can't have them often. That's very fair. Anne says, I like Five Guys, but it's way too expensive. The last time Keaton and I got Five Guys, both of us, I won't say like we got sick. It wasn't food poisoning, but we were both like laid out for like a day of just feeling bad. And I know, because I've had Five Guys before and that's never happened to me. I think it's the one that we have locally, but we haven't eaten there since, which makes me sad. But maybe it's also a good thing, because they are extremely expensive. Angela says, Culver's mushroom and Swiss burger. I love a mushroom and Swiss. Okay, so way back in the day, if I can plug McDonald's again, I know this is dumb, and I know we need to read, but back in the day, McDonald's used to have an Angus mushroom and Swiss burger, and I ate that up. And if they ever bring that back, I am there for as long as they have that burger. Like, I will be going. Probably entirely too much to be healthy for me, but God, I loved that thing. And Alicia says, hey, Alicia, yo. Alicia says, hi, Alicia. Angel says, Zach, mac sauce instead of the barbecue or on top of? I think he means on top of. That was the way I took it. Alicia says, it is almost the time of the year where I can make my apple butter in the crock pot. Ooh, girl. Nice. Elkie says, now I want McDonald's. You go get McDonald's, girl. I'll be here. You get you a Filet-O-Fish. And Alicia says, I want to make apple butter. I've never made my own. Neither have I. Sounds like fun. Zach says, I was at McDonald's eating the McRib with mac sauce on it last time some person approached me and tried to get me to join a cult. What? That is wild. What cult did they say? Or just like generically, like you were getting cult vibes? And Anne says, Neely and I went to Five Guys and it was almost $20 for both of us. Yeah, that was what happened to Keaton and I, and it did break $20. And I think he got it. He was trying to be sweet. He was like, "Oh, I'll get us Five Guys." It was like $22 or something after tip. It's crazy for two burgers. And I think, well, okay, I do think we got full meals. I think we each got a burger, a fry, and a drink. But still, Alicia says the crockpot version I do is so easy. Elkie says back in the day in the Netherlands, McDonald's had a chicken save burger. Still my favorite burger. It chicken like a was that supposed to be a G sage or is sate something I don't know what that is? I will admit ignorance, but I think you were saying sage. And Zach says, I remember the Angus and Swiss. I really like that too. Yes. Although the blackjack taco from Taco Bell would be the thing I would bring back from anything. And Alicia says Culver's is like that for a family of four. It's almost $60 for two kids' meals, two meals, and some cheese curds. That's atrocious. Yeah, because at that point you're like, well, dang, I'll just make burgers at home. That's what I've started doing most of the time. Is I'll make smash burgers, and I mean I make some pretty good ones if I may say so myself. But yeah, there's just sometimes you just want an easy meal, especially if you're on the road, and $60 to do easy does not feel good. And Elkie says, satay. Okay, thank you. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Thank you. And Tokana says, man, now I want a good burger, not the show. Not leaving the house, though, already in comfy jammies. I have done McDonald runs in pajamas. Nobody judge me. And Elke says a peanut sauce, which the Netherlands is great at. I feel like you told me about that, or Magnolia did, and was talking about how good that sauce is. And I feel like I need to try that. Angela says, smash burgers at home. Yes, I love them. Alicia says, right? Have limited fast food to once a month of if needed. It is crazy. I don't blame you. Zach says, yes, the McRib has the barbecue sauce and mac sauce. I genuinely don't understand why wanting balls is so confusing. Wait. Oh, well, I think you're saying wanting both. Wanting both is confusing. The cult guy was trying to ease me into it. He claimed he was a life coach. Oh, Zach. I don't like it when anybody approaches me about anything, but especially if they start talking about being a life coach. Then again, I have noticed in public that while I am a very polite person, I also have the aura of please don't mess with me. As most people don't. Tina says, good evening, everyone. Just joining in. Good to see you, Tina. Tokana says, a good burger like Liberty Burger or Twisted Root. Good burger, home of the good burger. I've never heard of Liberty Burger or Twisted Root, but I like the name Twisted Root. That sounds like fun. But it also makes me think of root beer, which I also love. No caffeine. Still a lot of sugar, though. Tina says, we'll be reading Wind and Truth. Very nice. Alicia says, hey to Tina. Elkie says, I haven't said it to you before, so it couldn't have been me, but I'm then the second person saying that. Yes, because Magnolia is in the same region as you. So it was definitely Magnolia who was telling me about that because she's like obsessed with that sauce. I wish she was here tonight. She would back me up and say that. Tina says, hi, Alicia. Well, it was a good conversation. I'm always very good at getting everybody to talk about food. So you're welcome. If you're hungry, don't hate me. Go get McDonald's or Taco Bell. And says, depending on where I go, I always have a book. Yes, that's awesome. Alrighty, everybody. I am going to get the next question up, and that is going to be, How often, this is very funny given we were just talking about food, especially fast food. How often would you say that you exercise and how does your schedule impact your routine? And I don't want anybody to feel bad if your answer is like, I don't really exercise. Like, that's totally fine. I'm curious for people like what your different life habits are given your schedules because finding time to exercise can be really hard. So, this also was top of mind because I went for I actually thought it was only 2.5 miles. I just checked my phone when I was talking with Keaton, and I was gone for I went for 3.25 mile. I was like, "Oh, good." So, it just made me think of it. So, I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. I am going to do another chapter in Someone You Can Build a Nest In, and then I'm probably going to try to do my third chapter for the night in The Count of Monte Cristo, and then see how I feel. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I reached something in Someone You Can Build a Nest In that was deeply upsetting, and I was like, I have to keep reading it. So I ended up reading 2 chapters of Someone You Can Build a Nest In, and I did not get in any of The Count of Monte Cristo. So all of the next sprint will be reading the next chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo. But I am currently officially halfway through this book, and I'm at chapter 26 or page 154. And I very much want to know how our character is going to rectify a certain situation that came up. That it's good storytelling, but in the way that good books are, there sometimes have to be things that happen that upset you, and this is just one of those times. So I definitely want to know what's going to happen, but I need to read The Count of Monte Cristo. So anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, how often would you say that you exercise, and how does your schedule impact your routine? So let's see what you had to say. Denise says, you guys are making me hungry. Unfortunately, I have no food, so meal replacement shake it is. I'm sorry. I'm good at that. I'm good at bringing up food, and everybody else is good at talking about food, and collectively, we're all hungry. And says, does walking to the bus stop count as exercise? Does walking to the corner store to get ice cream count as exercise? I mean, yeah, it does, just depending on how long of a walk that is. If it gets your heart rate up and, you're moving for, I don't know, at least like 10 to 15 minutes, I would say so. Swing says, I don't do any exercises. I should, but don't need to use my treadmill. Denise says, recently started walking again, only missed 2 days since 8:31. That's great. Today is the first day I didn't do at least an hour, only went 30 minutes. I did something to my knee yesterday. Well, then it's good that you're taking a break, because you definitely don't want to aggravate any injuries, because then you might end up actually having to take like full recovery days. You might need to do that anyway. And then you'd be out for a lot longer, and then you could get out of your habit. So be kind to yourself while you're forming a habit. Talkana says, ha ha ha, exercise. No, thank you. Alex says, I walk like 7 kilometers daily at my job, so I don't do any other exercise. I dance occasionally, but I don't count it as exercise because it's fun. I still think that would count as exercise, even if it is fun. And I'm with you, Alex. So I also have a job that can be very physically demanding. And, even on days when let me back up. So job can be physically demanding, and then I have a dog who is very demanding about the fact that he wants walks. So even though I did 3.25 mile before, like shortly before sprints earlier in the day, I took Barker out and it was like 0.85 miles. So sometimes we do a full mile out on one walk, and he gets walked 2 to 3 times a day. Now, some of those, of course, are Keaton. They're not all me, but I feel like I go out quite a lot. So it's not, I don't go to a gym. I don't like have exercise equipment at home, because I feel like I do a lot in my daily life. But like today, for example, even though I do a lot in my daily life, I still wanted to go out and walk for my own enjoyment, because when I do exercise for work, it just makes me feel tired. But when I do exercise for fun, it makes me feel better. So I don't know. I feel like I should probably exercise more than I do, in terms of like incorporating in like weightlifting and things like that, because those are going to be the things that help with bone density. Walking's really great, but it doesn't do really anything for your bones. So I feel like that's the one thing that I should really add to my routine. And Zach says, I don't intentionally exercise anymore. I have too many damaged parts. All my physical activity is necessary, moving heavy things and such. And Jamie says, I don't regularly exercise either. And Kathy says, I'm waiting until it's like 10 degrees colder so I can make borscht again. Nice. And Andrew says, I've been doing an hour workout 6 days a week, 30 minutes of weightlifting, rotating, push exercises one day, then pull them legs, finishing with 30 minutes of inclined treadmill. I usually do it in the AM. Well, that's good. So you get it in like early. Andrew, it sounds like you might exercise more than literally any of us. Good for you. And Denise says, read 20 pages on page 109. Very nice. Dalkana says, finished Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. Ate dinner, continued listening to Wool. Awesome. Swing says, I'm 80 pages into my book. Very nice. Alicia says, I put the chickens to bed and watch some YouTube. I don't go to the gym, but I get a lot of steps in during a work day. I can believe that. Plus, you have animals, and animals will always keep you busy. Keaton used to have to chase his chickens around all over the place and like climb up into rafters and stuff. I'm sure he got plenty of exercise with his chickens. And Christina says, I finished Endling at Sprint, started Flashlight, and The Monk next. Very nice. And Jamie says, only got a few pages read. My daughter called to chat. Oh, that's sweet. Hope you had a nice chat with your daughter. Elkie says, I walk 5 kilometers almost every day and do everything on foot, which helps. Yesterday, I did 10 kilometers in just under 2 hours. Wow, good for you. That's awesome. I love that. He said, also into kettlebell swings occasionally. I haven't done a kettlebell swing in years, but I feel like that would be fun. I think that would be more fun than like just standard, dumbbells. Because I've seen a lot of like fun exercises that people do, and I'm like, why can't I get the motivation to do that? But dang it, if I'm not just tired. I want to see what the conversion is. So I'll do this for you, Elkie, and so I can tell you miles to kilometers. So I did 5.2 kilometers in an hour today. So that was my exercise for anybody who does kilometers. 5.2 in an hour. So I was huffing it. I was doing pretty good. I felt like I was doing pretty good. Alrighty. Well, we are going to do just 2 more sprints, one 45-minute sprint and one 30-minute sprint. So the next one will be the last 45. And I'm going to ask one of the questions I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It does not have to be interesting to everybody else. It just needs to be interesting to you. I love learning new things regardless of how weird or niche they are. So there you go. And I will go ahead and get the 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read my other chapter in The Count of Monte Cristo. I really liked the last chapter. It was a good moment, a good indication that some things in the story might be about to get a little bit more, we'll say, spicy. And that chapter, for anybody who's read this and wants to know, was the Crown Prosecutor's Office. So that's all I will say. And then I started reading the next chapter in Someone You Can Build a Nest In. So I'm currently at page 743 in The Count of Monte Cristo and page 156 in Someone You Can Build a Nest In. Alrighty. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So let's see what you had to say. Let me go back here. Oh, I forgot to mark the last one. Hold on one second. Let's see. Anne said, Christina, Flashlight is also on the National Book Award for Fiction long list. Nice. Christina says, Anne, thanks for letting me know. I forgot the announcement came out today for fiction. Did anybody read books off that long list that they would recommend? And Andrew said, I learned that a professor at Los Alamos has proposed using nuclear waste to make tritium with a particle accelerator. They will use the tritium in fusion reactors. That would be a good use for nuclear waste instead of, just like burying it really far underground. You said, which will help with clearing out old radioactive waste from fission reactors. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love that. You said I'm kind of a nuclear geek. I think that's wonderful. And I want them to do things like that. So thank you for sharing. That's a very positive outlook on, possible applications for the future. And Swang says, Pringles are made from the same powder as instant mashed potatoes. Have you ever seen people put Pringles in water and try to boil them to make mashed potatoes? It's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. I would not recommend doing that. Even if they're made from the same thing, it doesn't matter. Said bananas are not trees because they have no wood. Instead, they are herbs, and the banana fruit is actually a berry. Oh. Well, I love berries, and I really like bananas, so that would make a lot of sense to me. And Zach says, this week I just have a quote from one of my new releases, Clown Town by Mick Herron. Paraphrase, the first person a liar betrays is themselves. That's good. I like that. That's a good quote. And Anne says, Christina, The Antidote by Karen Russell was on the list. I enjoyed that one. There were some very interesting sounding books in translated literature. Cool. And Nicole says, I own North Sun. But I'm guessing that's one of the long-listed books, Nicole. I realized that it doesn't look like many people put things that they learned, and that's totally okay. I have a really good recipe for poppers, like jalapeno poppers. It's super simple that I can share with you all because I remade it again after like years of having had them, and I totally winged it. So this will be my thing I learned because it was something I just like whipped up from memory. But you hollow out a jalapeno. The ones that we got were super spicy. You could tell that these ones were really stressed this year. And you load them up with just plain cream cheese. You wrap them in. We used the Jimmy Dean bacon and then smother them in Sweet Baby Ray's like original barbecue sauce. And then you put them in the oven at like 375 for like 20 to 25 minutes. And they're absolutely amazing. I can't guarantee how the heat will impact you. I know that it got to Keaton and I a little bit because it kept building, but they tasted so good. And if Keaton didn't eat his because I got salad and chicken, I might steal them from him tomorrow. And Nicole said, yes, sorry, it was one of the long listed books. Andrew said, I had my brother-in-law mess up instant mashed potatoes. He put the mixture and water in right at the beginning, and it was all lumpy. I was like, all you had to do was read the box. Yeah, shame on him. How do you mess up instant mashed potatoes? Denise said, watch the episode of Big Brother that I missed last night. Nice. And Nicole says, yum. Snack time. That's right. Isn't every time snack time? That's my philosophy. It's always snack time. Said remove seeds and membrane and they shouldn't be so spicy. I did remove the seeds and the membrane as much as I could, but so I was warned because the peppers were given to me by a coworker and he grew them himself. He's like, they were particularly spicy this year, and he grew like 2 different species of jalapenos, and one of them he said was like really, it was like really intense even for him, and he grows like all sorts of different peppers every year, and I could tell that they were going to be hot because when he gave them to me there was certain ones that had like a lot of stretch marks on them, and I've been told, I guess this is okay, so here's the thing that like I learned, I guess the more stretch marks that are on a jalapeno, the spicier they're supposed to be. So I looked at them and I was like, oh, these are going to be really freaking hot, and they were, but I liked them. I don't always eat like super intensely spicy stuff, but when I'm in the mood for it, man, it hits. It hits different. Alrighty. So I will set us up for the last sprint of the evening, which is going to be 30 minutes. So hopefully you can get in kind of any like last minute reading that you might want to do. I think I'm going to try to get through one more chapter of Someone You Can Build a Nest In, and then I think I'm going to take a break for the evening because I will have made very good progress. And I will also give you all your last question of the night, which is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be big, it can be small, it can be something that happened in the last 5 minutes or something that you did since we last spoke, like a week ago. So either way, I just want you to think about something that you're proud of yourself for doing. And I will go ahead, and since I didn't see any other comments come through, I will get our 30 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all very shortly. Enjoy your last sprint. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got another chapter in of someone you can build a nest in. So I am officially at chapter 28 at page 169. And I put a little marker in here during the last sprint because I was curious how much of this book I read today. And I did read a little bit today before sprints, so I'll take that into consideration. But I started at page 119 and got to page 169. So that's 50 pages. Woohoo. And then I didn't check in the Count of Monte Cristo how many pages it was, but I know that I read 3 chapters. So that's probably somewhere around like 30 pages, something like that, maybe a little bit less. But that's, a decent amount of reading in for today. So I feel good about that. I feel like that was a good accomplishment. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I'll start, I guess, talking about, well, one, I took a day off of work, which I almost never do. So that's an accomplishment in itself, to just like have a day to rest and do the things I want to do, which is awesome. But I've been working for the last 2 weeks on a really big cleanup project at my office, where I've been like having to load up a bunch of like old garbage into a 15-yard dumpster, and we've filled up one whole one, and then there's another one that's like halfway full now, and that one's probably going to be filled as well by the time that the project's over, and we're probably going to have to get a third dumpster. I did a lot of the labor myself, so we were doing 2 whole floors in the building that I'm in, and it's a lot of square feet, and so like 3/4 of a whole floor I ended up doing just myself, which was a lot of work. And then I had help for the rest of it. And of course, we're still not done, but just looking at how much has been accomplished and I don't have to think about anymore is amazing, because it's kind of one of those things where you just had to I had to chip away at it every single day, basically for 2 weeks, to be able to get to the point where we're at and still do my regular job and still host an event. I had an event on Wednesday, 80 people came. So, I've just been it feels like I've been very busy. And my manager was also super sweet and sent me a letter in the mail just telling me that he thought I was doing a really good job, just like a personal card. I have a really nice manager. I love working under him. He's just a great guy. So I just, a lot of accomplishments at work. So then my personal accomplishment was just taking a day for myself. So yay. Woohoo. And Swang says, I'm proud I did laundry. That's great. That's a wonderful accomplishment. Nicole says, has anyone read Palmares by Gail Jones? I have not. And Anne says, the cover of North Sun looks amazing. I want to look it up now. Let me see if I can show it for everybody. 1 second. Oh, that's a cool, that is a really cool book cover. It's really fun. Looks awesome. And then Zach says, I don't know if they wanted to be public information, so I won't say anything specific, but this week I did something extremely nice for a booktuber. It wasn't someone from around here, just FYI. Oh, well, that's awesome. That's really nice of you, Zach. Thanks for putting joy and positivity out into the world, regardless of what it was. Denise says, watch some YouTube. Thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Denise. You take care. And Alicia says, I cut out some coloring pages that will fit in my 8x8 dot grid I'm creating. Now organizing pages and typing up my page headers. Awesome. And you said, my accomplishment for the week is surviving the week with everyone in my house sick except me, knock on wood. I really hope that you don't get sick. You poor thing. I'm so sorry. I hate it when there is that looming possibility of you getting ill because you're surrounded by people who are ill. And so I'm putting it out there. You're not going to get sick. You're not going to get sick. Andrew said, good night, everyone. Thanks for sprints. Thank you, Andrew. It was good to see you. And I don't know if you can hear the dryer in the background. It's a little loud right now. But I I'm going to wish everyone a very happy weekend. My weekend plans tomorrow, Keaton and I are going to be playing Borderlands 4 together and going to Cracker Barrel to get breakfast, which I'm looking forward to. And then on Sunday, I'm going with my mom and my mema. So we're celebrating both of their birthdays, which are, around this time. But my mema's turning 70, which is really exciting. So Keaton and I are taking them out to Mexican, and then we're going to go to an apple orchard and do some pick our own apples and get apple cider and stuff like that. So I'm finally getting my apple cider. Woo-woo. I say finally when it's literally just the middle of September, but I'm really excited about the apple cider. So I hope everybody has a great weekend that does something fun and that you all take care of yourselves. And Tina says, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming, Tina. It was good to see you. And with that, good night, everybody. Oh, Angela said, I fell asleep. No! You poor thing. You said, I have my car winterized and got the recall done. I also read a total of 71 pages tonight. Yes. Have a good week ahead, Alex. You too, Angela. And great job with winterizing your car and doing your recall and for your page count. 71 pages is a lot. Good for you. Swank says, thanks for sprints. And thank you for coming, Swank. It's always good to see you. Angel says, I wish. Tokana says, thanks for sprints and thank you. Alicia, thank you for coming, Alicia. And good night, everybody. Bye.